this is, I don't, let me know if you guys can hear me. This is Buffy. I'm going to do some Halloween stuff for October. It's Buffy. So down for Halloween stuff, yeah. I wrote out a whole list of like different, all the shows or a lot of the shows I do, and doing different Halloween scenes like Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Community. This Buffy scene was like really fast, so I can knock this out pretty quick. I'm testing it out to see if it's worth it. I can't seem to get my chat up on my computer for some reason, but I'll figure that out someday. Maybe it looks like Twilight because of this hairpiece, which I'll change out once I get the characters in place. Alright, let's see. Take a picture and tell people I'm here, I guess. Alrighty. I also want to put music on, but I don't know how to do any of this live stream stuff. So if anybody's done this before, feel free to chime in. Crazy how good people have gotten at making Blender animation look like stop motion. Yeah, it's I'm often surprised when people think it's stop motion in my comment sections, but the Lego Movie really kind of set that style up. Random. This is incredibly fascinating, truly. Sorry, I'm reading the comments. Well, thanks for stopping by. Oh shit. Anybody watching? I don't know what to say on this. It's my first time live streaming any of this, and I don't know how long I'll be up, but figured this would be a fun thing for people to see, or not. Who knows? Here, man. Thank you. Explainer on what you're currently doing, trying to achieve. Oh yeah, so I'm basically building out the scene and blocking the camera work right now. So I'm just putting the characters into place, and putting the environment pieces into place, and then so right now I'm setting up when it cuts to camera one, which is Ethan and over the shoulder of Buffy, and so I just go to every time it cuts there. Control B to get it on the timeline, and that is just when it's going to cut to that camera. Like that. And then camera 3 is the alt angle. And so now I go through and I cut to when it cuts to that camera on the timeline. Get that going. It's like watching an ASMR. The audio plays if I play it through. So now it should play all the way through with all the camera angles matching up to the edit of the original footage here. And so once I have that set up, then I can move things around. So I'll move the characters around to match. So for instance, I want Ethan's character to, I don't know what time frame it takes for you to complete one of these videos. It depends on the scene. Like this one will probably take me today. I'll probably have this animated by tomorrow. But it's very simple. Everybody's stationary. Giles is moving, but that'll be relatively easy to animate. And it's just a back and forth conversation. So this, and it's short. It's only like 30 seconds. So this should take me just today. But some of the harder ones, like that Twisted Metal one I did recently, that took me a couple days just because it was a huge environment and it was moving around and like animating with the chair rolling. So now what I'll do is I will animate the location of Ethan, and I'll set him on constants. So for instance here, I don't want him in the frame. Set this to auto keyframe, and then I want him back in the frame for this one, but I want him a little bit forward, like that. And then I'll just, now I can just paste that to every other shot, and I can do the same thing for this opening shot. He's in the position where I need him to be for all these shots, and then when I animate, I'll obviously animate him, move him around a bunch. Hey, welcome. I thought maybe putting it up on my thing would help. You first do the body work and then work on the face, right? Yeah, I first do the body, so I get everything in position, and then I get all the cameras and the environments and the characters in position, and then I'll start animating the bodies, and I make sure all the bodies are good and everything's emoting really good with just body language, and then I go in and do the faces. So here, and then I want to get my, Lego walls and floors. Just get a floor in here. Just for the little bit that we're gonna see in Giles' view. So just back there. Not entirely sure if you're aware of this band content. I'll have to check them out. How do I get this gizmo ball? This one here. If you hit T to bring up your tools over here, you can just select this, and it'll bring up whichever one you want. I like the gizmo because it has the scale, location, and rotation. I don't use this. I don't like click it, but I like seeing it so I know which direction things need to go in. So if I'm like, oh, I just want to rotate it on the Y, I can see that it needs to rotate on the Y there. All right, and then I want to give Giles this plaid. So I'm gonna bring him to rest position. Get rid of the environment for a second. Get rid of Ethan and Buffy. And then I'm gonna pop 3D cursor to the waist. Oh, I made the environment go away. I need this back. Put that on Giles. Turn off auto keying. And then oh yeah. I need to set that to bone and then bring this back. Pose position. And now I can bring this up. There you go. So you just have every Lego piece in a file folder. I don't have every Lego piece. I have a lot. Like I have all the hair pieces, or almost all the hair pieces. I have hats and like a tree if I need it. This is from something else. I don't know why that's in Legos. I have some sets, like my Greendale, New Girl Loft, Parks and Rec. And then I just have like walls and floors just to build out sets, and then I'll build out specific parts of sets in Mecha Bricks to add onto it, and weapons. So I just keep adding stuff. If I notice that I use something often, then I'll go grab it and add it to my library. I should have more, but I just keep animating scenes and running out of time. And then to answer your question, I've been working with Blender. I've technically been working with Blender since like 2008. When I found out about it from Andrew Kramer, and it's just kind of like been a thing that I would dip into if I needed to export something. But since the pandemic, basically, since 2020, I started dipping into Blender and using it a bunch, and now it's my favorite program. I am not sure. Epic Fig Rig for a Lego car? I don't think so. I think the Epic Fig Rig is just for rigging a minifig. But I would imagine if you built out a car, you could probably use one of those car rigging tools and then just like join all the Lego pieces of a Lego car that you have and make the body parts that are required for something like that. Buffy. Let's see. So I want her to be here. And I want that to be constant, but then I need her to be here. And then I'm gonna copy that one. Oops. Ah! I'm used to having a much wider viewport because I have a wide monitor and I have this truncated down for the stream, so it's throwing me off a little bit. Have you ever been contacted by Lego or any large film studios to work for them? Yeah, I've done a couple things with Lego. Some of them have gone up, some of them are still under NDA, and then yeah, I've worked with studios too. I usually disclose, and in the animations that I do, it'll say whether or not it's partnered with like Paramount or Sony or something like that. Eyelashes and lips on, and then last position. Ethan. Let's see. Get her. Let's see. I like that. Do you have the time? That would be fun to do a whole movie. Let's see. I need. This doesn't really fit that. It's always hard because sometimes I want to like make a custom hairpiece, but I like sticking to the hairpieces that exist. Although I have a couple of insecure scenes that I have to build out that where I definitely have to make custom hairpieces because Issa's and Kelly's hair are very unique. Let's see, which one of these? Which one of these do I want to do? That's not gonna do it. Oh, you know what? I bet you that little bob piece, this one, I bet you this will work nice. Question, cool to pick a fellow creative brain. Cool, thanks for stopping by. Oh, one last thing, would love to see you do some scenes from the show Extraordinary Attorney Woo. You know, I keep meaning to watch that, so if I do end up watching it, I'm sure I'll probably do some scenes from it. That I saw the trailer for that and it piqued my interest, so maybe one day. You changed the hair color in Blender as well, right? Since all the ones you import are black. Yeah, I changed. They're all black when they come in, and then once I start doing texturing and coloring, then I'll change the hair color. So everything will be just this gray and black for the purpose of blocking it out. And then when I go into making it look like the scene, that's when I change the colors. It's not great. Give it a little bit of personality. It's not exactly her hairstyle, but it's got that, the way it's kind of comes down and bows out, so it's pretty close. It's a gorgeous show, 10 out of 10, highly recommend to watch. It's on, was it on Netflix, is that right? I think that's where I saw the trailer. I could be misremembering though. Alright, and then Giles. I know what Giles' hair needs to be. Let's see. I want Giles' hair to be where'd it go? Is it up here? You learn to make these type of animations with just the donut. Yeah, well, I learned Blender with just the donut tutorial, and then I just kind of improved this over time. Here we go. This is the one I want. That in. And then Ethan's hair. Ethan's hair should be, let's see. We can give him the nice comb to the side hair. It's kind of buried in the dark, but I think this one will work for Ethan. Oops. Pose position. And then I'm gonna put, I always forget to do this. I need to put this into Ethan. I need to put this into Buffy. And I need to put this, oops, this into Giles. Alright. Oh, and then I gotta put on my Simplify so I can get a good frame rate. Mic is a little low. Here. Let me boost that up. How's that? Is that better? Does that sound better? Can you hear me? All right, and then I want to bring down the Ethan backdrop because it's too high. It should be first of all, should be right against his back, and then right about there. And then I will just, you know what, I'll just bring this down. Just to block out the light. You won't even see it because it'll be covered in darkness, but I think that'll be good. All right, and then we wanna build. What do we got? Yeah, we want this. Oh, okay. I think that's gonna be good. And then we'll put just a fake floor underneath Buffy and Ethan. Just down here, and we'll make it black so it's not reflecting any light. Alright, so that should be good. That's the blocking. Oop. And that's unfortunately what happens when I move the set around. So now I have to move the set around. Oops. I don't be too specific in my own personal problems. You know why my hair SF files may be saved by a different rotation. I would assume it's just that you didn't apply the rotation. Like when I imported all these hair pieces, I applied the scale, position, and rotation. So when they come in at the same orientation. So like when you bring it in, it might be like that or something, and then you have to say this is the rotation that I want it to be, and hit Control A, and rotation or all transforms. But if you want it to be like that, then so now, since this is blocking my camera, this is my camera, you can see it's inside the wall here. I have to move it every frame so that it's not getting in the view of Buffy. And then I have to set a keyframe. And it should be here too, I believe. Yeah, no, it needs to be like that. So I need it to be here on all of Ethan's shots, and then I need it to be here on all of Buffy's shots. And now it should be all set. Believe it or not, it might be Blender version most likely. Yeah, it's possible that I get, oh, these are not set to concept. It's possible that it's some kind of glitch, and I get glitches with stuff from my asset library all the time. So I'm really enjoying the stream. You must have upgraded your powerful PC to do all this and all that. Just upgrade your PC to run Blender better. I did, yeah. I used to run all of this. I used to use a Mac, and then I had to get. I had to switch over to PC. Partly was because some things didn't work on Mac. Like I did a Ducky tutorial that was about like doing ground fog in a forest, and just whatever he did, I copied the process, and it just wasn't able to do it on the Mac. And then I tried it on my lower end PC that I had years ago, and it worked. And I was like, okay, well, something just doesn't translate to Mac, I guess. So then I just started doing it on PC. My PC still couldn't handle it, and then I eventually upgraded everything. And so now I run everything on a 4090, which has been a game changer. It's completely changed. Like I'm able to do so much just by having this 4090 in here. We got him. So now I've got the focus in, and then I just have to get focus on Giles whenever he oh boy, whenever Giles talks. So that's another thing that I do, where I put the whatchamacallit. I'll have Buffy's focus empty, copy the location of Giles's focus. And then I will just animate it. So here it's on Buffy. Here, but Giles is going to start talking. And I don't need to animate it going to Buffy because she's going to turn around. But I do need Ethan's focus to go to Buffy. This is where it starts to get really messy. So Buffy's focus needs to come back to Buffy here. So Giles, Buffy, and then Ethan needs to start here and then go to Buffy because she's going to be turned around. Come back to him to talk. Let's see, what specs do you recommend for the simplest laptop so it runs smoothly? I am not sure. I was looking up laptops for when I was going to go talk at BlenderCon, and nothing seemed to really match what I have, and I was nervous that it wasn't going to be much stronger than my MacBook. I assume if you can get a 40 something on a laptop, that would run pretty smooth. But I would imagine just talking to the people who sell the laptops and finding out what they think works best. All right, so got that.
I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. I'm just helping him collect a tribute for a demon. He's not me. I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. I'm just helping him collect.
Let's see. So that's Buffy.
For a demon. He's not me. He's not.
All right, so we want to get Buffy's. She's gonna be in focus here.
I don't think he is. Shut up.
There we go. And so he's gonna be in focus that whole time, and then it's gonna be back on Buffy, and then Ethan is gonna not be in focus here. So we're gonna go boom. It'll be Buffy, and then this will be Giles again. He's going to turn away. This is where it starts to get messy, especially with the heads turning around. Yes, I believe so. I think this is going to go to my. I think there's like a live section or whatever. So, but if not, I'll try to make sure it goes up there at some point. All right, so then this should be.
What do
I feel like. I wonder because if he here, let me see. If I turn Giles around. He's gonna get a little bit out of focus. Wonder why. Oh, it's just his distance to camera. All right. So then I'm gonna have to put. I'm gonna have to put a focus on the back of his head too. Right, and then Giles will copy the location of the back of his head. And so then we'll do this. It'd be cool to do a channel crossover with Buffy. Yeah, a Charmed crossover with Buffy. Yeah, that would be cool. I unfortunately didn't watch Charmed. I'll be able to watch this back later. Horrible face mouth movements. Yeah, I'll try to keep going until I get to the. I don't know if there's like a limit to how long they allow lives to go, or if anybody even cares that long. But I'll try to get as much in on this as I can. All right, and now we want Buffy's to come back to her. Leave Buffy in focus there because he's out of focus in the original. And I think that'll play better anyway. All right, so let's see. Put this up, turn that down. You got everything's in focus, the characters are there. All right. All right. All right, so now what I'll do is Buffy's the through line. So I will animate all of her stuff here. And then I'll run my, I have my stepped interpolation, which makes it stepped in between every camera. I talked about this in my BlenderCon talk, but it puts a stepped interpolation in between every camera, because without it, they would, especially with how I have all see how I have all the characters moving, they would update if it happens on an odd frame, like 149. She would update on this frame. She would update on the second frame, so there'd be like a weird jitter on odd frames. So I created this add-on to just do it in between cameras. A good schedule when you animate. How do you maintain a good schedule when you animate? I don't know about maintaining a good schedule. I just kind of like go. I just have my usual flow of how I do everything, and I just kind of go until I don't have time. Like I usually start at like 8 in the morning after I drop the kids off at school, and then I'll just animate for like 6 hours, and then I'll go pick up the kids, and then I kind of sprinkle it in throughout the afternoon as I help the kids with homework and whatnot. But since I have a pretty structured flow of how I animate scenes, it's easy to like cut off and be like, oh, okay, I finished Buffy's body animations. Now I have Ethan and Giles, and then I'll like go do whatever I have to do, come back and be like, okay, now I'll just do Ethan. And having this system helps me like process how much work I've done and how much I have to do. Like I'll animate a whole scene and just have lip sync and be like, oh, well, that'll be 3 hours, so I'll do that tomorrow morning and have it output by noon, kind of thing. So it's all kind of by the cuff, I guess is the phrase. All right, so I need Buffy's arms to be crossed. I don't like doing that one. I don't like doing that one where they're together. The arms are together like they do on Lego Batman movie. So I'll usually do this. Oops, I'm on global. I don't want to be on global. My lives are timed. Not sure if this is timed. Let's see. Yeah, I don't. This one I just said start streaming and then kind of went for it. I might do something in the future where I'm like, I announce that I'm gonna do a live, and it'll be like a live of me answering questions or teaching something maybe, and that might be timed like, oh, for an hour I'll run through how to do things or troubleshoot with people. But for this one, I just wanted to kind of test out the whole system of streaming and see if anybody even gave a shit. So I appreciate you all talking to me while I do this. Sorry if I'm distracted for some of your questions. There was another one. Out of all the animations you made so far, which one has been the most difficult one to make? I could be making the sets, the animation. The most difficult, I guess the most complicated and difficult one was The Witcher, just because it was like one long shot and there were so many changing of hands with props, and like he would grab someone's sword and then he would throw that sword at someone else, and there was blood squirting, and it was one long camera move, so I wasn't able to like move or cut to different cameras and fake stuff. So the Witcher fight was definitely one of my more difficult ones, possibly most difficult. All right, so we'll do that. Don't like having their arms out when they're doing this, which sucks. So what I'm gonna do is I'll copy these. May have just biffed it because oops. And so now what I do is I go out where I do hips, heads, arms as my animation process. So I'll watch through like that. Try to match it as much as possible. Watch it back. Go. And I don't like I'll turn the audio off for you guys so it's not driving you crazy. Thank you. Thank you. I had a lot of fun doing the Superman trailer. That was one of my favorite. Like even when I watch it, I'm just like remembering all the time I spent on it. It was super fun. I'm gonna give this arm a little love. This a little love. set it all on the thing. So that's my first shot for Buffy. And then since this is a close-up, I'll remove the rotations on the arms. And then I'll remove that and that. Reset, and then same thing. I'll do the waist here. Let's see. Your animation looks smooth because of the space out in between, right? I mean, it looks. I don't know how it looks on there, but it's all on twos, so it's every other frame. The characters are 12 frames per second. I think the reason mine look a lot smoother is because I'm matching the human motion so specifically. Like, I'm trying to get all the, which is the part that I love about about what I do in my animations, which other people, might not enjoy, but I like trying to make the Lego characters feel like the characters in the original. Which is why a lot of the time they feel a lot smoother. They're following all the little nuances and idiosyncrasies that the characters have. Whereas if I wanted to keep it super simple, I could just have them still and like pop a lot more. But that's just kind of not my style. So that's why they look a lot smoother. But yeah, the frames per second, it's a 24 frame per second animation, but all the characters are on twos. In this one, it doesn't matter. I could technically output this whole thing at 12 frames a second because all the cameras are static, but it 6 one way, half a dozen the other. Just takes less render time, I guess. But so we'll go forward. All right. Oh, I missed a head turn there. Or I guess I did it, but it's not strong enough. And that's the pose that I had copied earlier. I feel like Ethan should be moved over a little bit more. All right. All right. All right. As long as it's not showing.
It's him. I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much in a talk with lead situation. Your call.
It's him.
Looks like it's good there.
It's him.
Hey, welcome.
It's him.
I might do more of these
It's him.
if people are into it.
It's him.
Hopefully it's not too boring. I gotta figure out how to like put music on or something.
just like. I just like. This wasn't my idea.
Click and taps are my music. Oh, click and tap. That's the ASMR. It'd be a fun thing to just like always throw up live when I'm working on these, and it's just everybody hanging out. Then I'd have 1 billion live streams. Is this the first time you're doing live chats? Will you be showing how you do lip sync and facial animation? Yeah, this is my first live stream. I did one on TikTok, I think last year, but that was a lot harder to like see. I had to see the chat on my phone, and it was a lot more difficult. So I'll probably do more of these, yeah. And I'm thinking I'll probably do my facial lip sync once I get to the bodies. Once I get the bodies finished on this. I do. I tend to. Someone said you do this so quick. I'm just relatively fast on computers, and so the reason I love Blender so much is there's so many shortcuts that I'm able to do things, able to do a lot of animation without even like looking around or clicking anything, just having everything on my keyboard and memorizing stuff. I think you learn, but I'm not that good. Rendering would work, but animating is almost not right. Yeah, it just, honestly, my first animation was not great. My very first Lego animation was like, it took me 2 weeks to do. It was short. I did like all the facial animations I did in After Effects. I modeled all the characters because I didn't know about Mechabricks at the time. I don't know how long Mechabricks has been around, so I don't even know if it was around when I did it, but it was not a good animation. Everybody loved it because it was like a charity thing, but it's just doing a ton of these over time as I've gotten better and better.
I just like it. I just.
Alright, I don't like.
Just like to point out. I just like to point out. I just. I just like. I just like to point out that this wasn't planned.
If you did a whole episode of something that's guaranteed millions of views, it might be. It might also just get taken down because it would be just a whole episode up. A lot of my videos get demonetized. So I would imagine spending a lot of time on one episode and then having it demonetized and silenced in a lot of places would suck. You have an awesome interview coming out soon. Can't wait to watch it. I do. That was a really fun interview. So hopefully I think in a couple weeks that's supposed to come out.
What are we playing? We're pretty much in a taco blade situation. Your call.
It's him.
Oh. I caught this arm clipping in. I don't like that. Let's see. Let's get it there. And the hand is clipping.
I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Meaning?
All right. Let's do more. Oops. Actually, I can just do this for now because I'm not doing any textures yet. And then Ethan needs to move a little bit.
I'm subcontract. It's the trick you want.
Just get a little bit of motion in Buffy, because she's technically standing still, but she's got these subtle movements.
I'm sub.
And that's one of those things where it's like I could just keep her still
It's the trick you want.
and have it be a lot easier, a lot less movement. I like having a little bit of life
I'm
in the
subcontract.
characters,
It's the trick you want.
keep them alive. You should do a session on how you did the Superman trailer. I should. I was honestly thinking about doing lives where I like break down the trailers, like the Wicked, Superman, Deadpool, Fantastic Four, and just kind of like going through the shots. Maybe I'll. If people want to see that, I was originally going to do that with Deadpool and Wolverine, but I never did because I was just like, I don't know if anybody wants to watch me walk through that, but if that's something people are into, I'm definitely down. All right.
My idea. I'm subcontract. It's the trick you want.
Alrighty. So now Buffy's halfway done.
I'm subcontract. It's the trick you want. I'm just helping.
Alright, we'll do this, and then I need to fix her arm here. I always save before I do this because that often crashes Blender. I'm not sure why. Alright. I could probably get away with this being a little more skewed.
I'm just helping collect a tribute for you.
He's lying.
I'm just helping him collect a tribute for you.
He's lying. What is?
I'm just helping him collect a tribute for you.
Let's see. So after this staging with these stand-in figures, how do you swap them out? Do you just retarget these rigs? No. So this is my default character. I don't know if you just got in. They originally had all had the same hairpiece and everything, and so I went through and I replaced their hairpieces, and so I basically animate everything in this mode. And then once it's all animated, I'll go through and light the scene and then texture them, and I'll change the color. So this is just the viewport mode, and then I'll go through and I'll change the colors of their torso and do textures in Photoshop. I'll change the color of their hair. I'll do anything on their face, like I'll have to do Buffy's eye scar here. and then just kind of go from there. And then, so after, hey, my hair asset browser is now fixed. Not sure what the difference was, but they say the third time is this charm. Good job, nice. Nice work. All right.
Right, what is?
All right, let's, oop. You bet, of course.
Right, what is? What is?
I don't think he is. Shut up.
You must. Claire, go knock his teeth down his...
Now we can finally lower Buffy's arms. I hate having crossed arms on these. I was tempted to just have her not cross her arms, but I think this will work.
His teeth down his... Right, what is?
I don't think he is. And shut up.
You must, Claire, go knock... What is?
I don't think he is. And shut up.
You must, Claire, go knock his teeth down his...
John.
Right, what is? Is?
I don't think he is.
You must. Claire. Yeah, go knock his... Teeth down. Nice one. Right.
You know what? I think
You must. Slayer, go.
I want to get the.
I don't think he is, and shut up.
You must, Slayer. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles!
Slayer, what him?
I don't think he is, and shut up.
Him.
is, then shut up.
You might slap. You might.
Will you treat Giles' tied-up shirt as a printed-on part? Giles' tied-up shirt, I did the back skirt thing that they have as a Lego piece. I don't know if I'm gonna put plaid on it or if I'll just keep it red. I might just keep it red just to keep it simple. But we'll see. Just kind of depends on how the lighting turns out. Spending a bunch of time on doing a really subtle plaid texture, if it's just kind of buried in the background, is not the best use of time, in my opinion, so we'll see.
Him.
I don't think he is, then shut up.
You might slap. Go knock him.
I don't think he is, then shut up.
You might slap. Go knock his. Him.
Thank you, Lollipop Man. I saw people were getting useful information. I was super nervous that, you know, as I missed a bunch of things. So I'm glad that people really dug it.
I don't think he is, then shut up.
You. Lying on him.
I don't think he is, then shut up.
You. Lying on him.
I don't think he is, then shut up.
You might slap. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles!
Lying on him.
I don't think...
Lying on him.
I don't think...
Boy.
Him.
I don't think he is...
On him.
I don't think he is, then shut up.
You might slap. Go knock.
You know, I think I'm just gonna have her arms go down earlier.
Him.
I don't think he is, then shut up.
You might slap. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles!
On him.
I don't think he is, then shut up.
On him.
I don't think he is, then shut up.
On him. On him. On him.
I don't think...
Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I always, whenever I go to BlenderCon, I always get super pumped up to like do a bunch of stuff because just watching the things that people are doing is really inspiring.
On him.
I don't think...
On him.
I don't think he is, then shut up.
You might.
Let's see.
You might. On him.
I don't think he is, then shut up.
You might. Slayer. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles! So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much in a taco blade situation. Your call.
It's him.
I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Meaning?
I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. I'm just helping him collect a tribute for a demon.
He's lying. What him?
I don't think he is, and shut up.
You're my Slayer. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
All right, I think that's good. All right, if I set these.
His teeth. Down his throat. Lying. Lying. Him.
This is
I don't.
more work than it needs to be, but it's all because of the complicated arm crossing, and the biggest issue with it is she turns,
Slayer.
because if she just stayed like this, it wouldn't be that much of a problem. But the fact that she turns, I don't like having the side holes showing in their in their torso.
I don't think he is, and shut up.
You're my Slayer. Go knock his teeth. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles!
Lying. What him?
I don't think he is, and shut up.
You're my Slayer. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles!
What him?
I don't think he is, and shut up.
You're my Slayer. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles!
Slayer. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles!
Alrighty.
Knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles! What demon?
Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles!
Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles!
Knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles!
He's lying. What him?
I don't think he is.
Lying. What him?
I don't think he is, and
Lying. What him?
I don't think he is, and shut up.
You're my Slayer. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles!
Alright.
Giles! Giles. Giles. Giles.
right.
What demon?
Do you scale your figures down to actual size, or do you leave them the scale they come in from everyone? I leave them the scale they come in from Mecha Bricks. The textures don't really look good when they get scaled down to size, and I haven't taken any time to try to, you know, make textures that work at that scale. I might someday, because I do like the idea of having the camera and lights be actually represented by you know, real life numbers as opposed to like 0.03 f-stop. But right now, for ease of use and speed, since I'm used to this size, I just keep it at whatever it is, like 1000 scale. And now I'll give her a little jump so she can get her fist actually up to his face. And it's okay that it's clipping because I'm going to animate him backwards.
I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember.
You could always do the scene from the Hush episode when they're sitting in the auditorium and can't speak, so Buffy is trying to mime his Yeah, I do. I plan on doing that and some other stuff from Hush. That'd be a really good one. I did this one just because it's from a Halloween episode. I'm trying to do some Halloween stuff for October, but I should definitely do some Hush stuff. And that's, half the work knocked out from them not having... I mean, I still have to animate their faces, but I don't have to, lip sync, which is great.
science trick you want. I'm just helping him collect a tribute for a demon.
He's lying. But hear me.
I don't think he is. Then shut up.
You're my slayer. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles! What demon?
I don't remember.
So easy.
All right, that's Buffy, and now we'll do. Copy all this.
So easy. So. Ethan, what? How do we play? Thing. So easy. Then what are we playing? So Ethan, what are we? So Ethan, what are we playing? So Ethan, what are we? So Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much in a talk or bleed.
Hit him.
been playing. We're pretty much in a top of league situation. Your call.
It's him. I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea. Just like to point out. I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting. It's tricky. You want. I'm sub. I'm sub. Contract. It's tricky. It's tricky. You want. I'm just telling you. I'm subcontracting. It's a trick you want. I'm just telling him collect. I'm just telling you. Collect. Trick. It's like. I'm just. I'm just. Telling you.
much in a talk or bleed situation, your call.
It's him.
I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Meaning?
I'm subcontracting. It's a trick you want. I'm just having him collect a tribute for a demon.
He's not real.
I don't think he is. And shut up.
You might Slayer. Go knock his teeth out.
Giles! So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much in a talk or bleed situation, your call.
It's him.
I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Meaning?
I'm subcontracting. It's a trick you want. I'm just having him collect a tribute for a demon. I'm just having him collect for a demon.
He's not real.
Contracting. It's a trick you want. I'm just having him collect a tribute for a demon.
He's not. Not real. Real.
I don't think he is. And shut up.
You might Slayer. Go knock his teeth out. Not real.
I don't think he is.
You might Slayer. Go knock his teeth out.
Giles!
Yeah, it's what I love most about this process is just like finding all those little tiny things that they do with their body. It helps me a lot more with my non-Lego animations too, where I'm doing this, especially with focusing on just the arms and the hands, helps me really get into what parts of their bodies are moving. And so I notice it a lot more when I'm doing it on non-Lego animations. Keep it up. My favorite voices are the side by side stuff. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's always hilarious, the Giles jump. He's so excited.
We're pretty much at the top of the league situation. Your call.
It's him. I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Meaning?
I'm subcontracting. It's a trick you want. I'm just helping him collect a tribute for a deal.
He's like, really?
I don't think he is. Then shut up.
You might Slayer. Go knock his teeth down his...
Giles. What do you?
I don't remember.
So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much at the top of the league situation. Your call.
It's him.
We're pretty much at the top of the league situation. Your call.
It's him. It's him. It's him. I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea. I'm sorry. Contracting. It's a trick. You want.
subcontractor. It's tricky. You want it. I'm on subcontractor. On subcontractor. It's tricky work. On subcontractor. On subcontractor. Tricky. You want it. On subcontractor. It's tricky one. I'm on subcontractor. It's tricky. Tricky one. I get it. On subcontractor. It's tricky one. On subcontractor. On subcontractor. subcontracting. It's tricky. I'm subcontracting.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting. It's tricky.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting.
Let's do this instead. We'll have this control the spin.
I'm subcontracting. It's tricky.
And then we'll have this, and this. 24 hours of finishing for that. Sorry guys. Nailing that swagger. Damn, it's coming out great. Thank you. I do render in cycles, yeah. If I get to, I don't know what time it is, 4:30. If I get to the coloring aspect of this, you'll see the cycles part. And copy that, Scorpio. I'll try to do. Maybe I'll continue this tomorrow on a live stream and do a full run. Because I am zoning out and not getting the best. My eyes are watery. I feel like I'm fighting a cold, honestly. So. All right, let's try this. A little cheat there just to keep these from going through it. Normally I would do like a cloth situation for something like this, but it's too it's not like Wicked where it's part of the story. Alright, so let's see. Let's do this, 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 and this.
I'm sorry, come on.
So, thank you. Thank you, yeah. It is a lot of work. And then would love to know your render profile. I've been playing with mine, but I get flickering light reflection sometimes, and it's hard to get right. The flickering light, I realized, for me, the flickering light went away completely once I stopped using point lights and high contrast HDRIs. So I use low contrast HDRIs and all area lights. And if I use point lights or spotlights because I'm using gobos or whatever reason, I disable the glossy, and I do a whole process for that. And then that got rid of all my flickering. My first batch of animations, I had flickering lights, and I could not figure out for the life of me how to get it done. And I was like doing all these different sample sizes, and it was not changing. I was doing like 2,500 samples, and it was still flickering. I was like, what is going on? And then I realized it was just the small lights reflecting in the scratches that was causing the flickering. So now I render at 4K with 90 samples, and I never get flickering lights anymore. God damn, I am having the hardest time with this one.
Subcontractors. Tricky one. I'm subcontracting. It's a tricky one.
What GPU do you have, and how long is your average render time? I have a 4090, and usually takes about 20 to 30 seconds per frame if I render on my computer, but I often render on a render farm. So it goes a lot faster, and it's not taking up my computer time. But when I need to like render, it's usually 20 to 30 seconds per frame.
subcontractor. It's a tricky one. What are you?
I don't think he has been shut up.
You might slag. Go knock his...
I'm subcontracting. It's a tricky one. I'm subcontracting. I'm subcontracting. It's a tricky one. I'm subcontracting. I'm subcontracting. It's a tricky one. I'm just having
How do you position the hair to the character's head with the cursor thing if using the asset library? I went back to the middle of the live, yet it's not working. I just need an oral explanation. Yeah, sure. So basically, if you, wherever you have your character, I recommend grabbing your rig and go to rest position. And then if you just hide everybody else, hide your environment. So this is in rest position, which is in the center. So when I bring something in, it'll go wherever it'll go to the center. So I select the hairpiece, and then I hit Shift S, and you do cursor to select it, and it'll bring the cursor to the hairpiece. You can delete it or hide it. I'll just hide it for here. And then when you bring in, let me save just in case this crashes. When you bring in a hairpiece, once it loads, once you bring in a hairpiece, you just hit Shift S, selection of cursor, and then Alt R will get rid of the rotation on it. And then that's how you get it in there. So just bringing in a hairpiece, Shift S, selection of cursor, brings it to the cursor. I'm subcontract. I'm sub. You bet.
I'm sorry. Contractor. It's a trick you want. I'm
Nice.
subcontracting. It's trick you want.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. I'm just having it.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting.
Meaning.
I'm I'm subcon. I'm subcontracting. It's tricky. It's tricky.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. I'm just having it.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. I'm just having him collect a tribute for a demon.
He's not in.
I don't think he is the shot.
You might slay. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles! What do you mean?
I don't remember.
So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much in a top-of-the-league situation.
Listen, I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. I'm just having him collect it.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. Subcontracting. It's subcontracting. It's It's tricky. What you want. I'm just having an idea.
Meaning.
I'm sub.
Meaning. 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 Meaning.
That little hop.
Meaning.
It's one of those little things where it's like, I just want to get it
I'm
perfect
subcontracting.
because it's my favorite part.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. I'm
Meaning.
I'm
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. I'm just having him collect a tribute for an idea.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. Idea.
Meaning.
I'm subcontracting. It's trick you want. I'm just having him collect.
All right.
Here,
I don't think he is. Then shut up.
You might slack. Go look his...
See, it's one of those things too where I have to remember that it looks better when all the body parts are moving, especially in these body mechanics shots where there's a lot of things going on, because it's just the hip and everything still just looks really weird. But then once I get the head and then the arms and everything, it feels a lot better.
here.
You might slack. Go look his teeth.
Right, here.
I don't think he is. Then shut up.
You might slack. Go look his teeth down his...
Giles. So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much in a talk with lead situation. Your fault.
It's him. I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Me.
I'm subcontracting. It's a trick you want. I'm just helping him collect a tribute for a deal. He's like, really?
I don't think he is. Then shut up.
You might slack. Go look his teeth down his...
Giles. I don't think he is. Then shut up.
You might slack. Go look his...
Right. Really?
I don't think he is. Then shut up.
You might... That's it. Slack. Go look his teeth. Down his...
Giles.
worst is making all these movements for a frame and not having auto keyframes on. Oh my god, yes. I've done that so many times where I had to turn auto keyframing off to like move something into place, and then I'll go back into animating and I'll get a character all rig, like make a whole pose for them, and then go to the next frame and it just undoes everything and it kills me.
What team?
I don't remember.
What team?
I don't remember.
So Ethan, what are we? So Ethan, what are we playing?
Yeah, your dish is impressive. Thank you so much. What is your favorite show you have done in Legos? My favorite show? I guess it's. I guess it would be like Buffy or Always Sunny. Those are really, really fun to do for me. Yeah, it's a hard one. I don't know what my favorite show is. My favorite show. I mean, I know what my favorite show is Buffy, but I don't know what my favorite show to animate is because they're all just. It's all just kind of dependent on whatever the scene is. I really have a lot of fun animating Succession, because I really like the tone and the just the lighting in that show. That's my kids shouting in the background. I don't know if that's coming through on the mic or not. Oh, and here we go. Here's a common problem. It's having when the arm goes crazy around the gimbal there. Also, Game of Thrones is a really, really fun one to animate because the lighting is crazy good and the acting and the nuance and everything is really good. That's a super fun challenge. They always get demonetized, so I don't do as many of those, but...
So, Ethan, what are we playing? So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much the top of the situation. You're fine.
I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Me.
I'm subcontracting. It's a trick you want. I'm just helping him collect a tribute for a demon.
He's like, really?
I don't think he is. Then shut up.
You might, Slayer. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles! What do you...
I don't remember.
So, Ethan, what are we...
Gotta do a little leg kick. Are there other ways to support you since stuff tends to get demonetized on here? Also, Rumble pays out pretty well for views and don't really demonetize people that much. I don't know what Rumble is. What's Rumble? And regarding getting paid, I mean, it's mostly just my Patreon, and then I have Ko-Fi up. It's just, you know, I have monetization on TikTok and everything, so it's just little bits here and there. It all adds up. YouTube's where things mostly get demonetized. I should do more active things on Patreon to try to grow my following there, but Rumble, I'll have to look into Rumble and see. I don't know if this is like a sustainable thing, because I don't know how many people want to watch me
So,
quietly animate. Oh, it's like YouTube. Okay. I'll have to look that up.
Yo, Mama, I'm talking to Elliot. He's literally on the bus right now.
Okay.
I'm just want to tell you if you're okay with it.
With you talking to Elliot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My brother, yeah.
Okay.
so Ethan, what are we...
You can also sync your existing YouTube videos to it, and it'll post them there as well. I'll look into that when I'm all done here.
So Ethan,
All right, I think this is looking good.
so Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much in a talk of lead situation. Your call.
It's him. I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea. I'm subcontracting. It's a trick you want. I'm just helping him collect a tribute for a demon. He's lying, really.
I don't think he is. Then shut up.
You might slay it. Go knock his teeth down his throat.
Giles! What demon?
I don't remember.
So Ethan,
Alrighty. So now I will try to do lighting and color, and then I like to make sure everything looks good with the lighting and the color, and then I can go through and facial animations and everything. So let's see, I want HDRI. We'll do a studio low contrast. I'd like to just do a simple low contrast. Yeah, that'll be good. And then I just take it super down. And then I'll close them into a little room. Oops. Let's get rid of that. Alright, and then now it's all black because it's blocking out the HDRI. but I can get rid of some of these. And then I could do like this basically just basically just gets just a little bit of light, so it's nice and dark, but I don't want to like light with this HDRI. I just want to get the general look in there. And then what I can do is set this to be, I don't want it to be visible by camera, and I want it to be a wireframe on the port. So now I can still see my scene, and then I can light things in here. So I can start throwing in lights. This is my environment. So I'll do like an area light. Thank you. Do an area light. I usually go for like 15,000 watts as my starting point. And then that's really bright, so I don't want to do that here. There we go. And now this was the thing that I was talking about on at my talk. Was I don't like having these giant lights on the face here. So what I'll do is disable the glossy. And the problem for just doing that makes it seem very clay-like. It's not reflecting anything. So I'll duplicate the light, make it smaller, make it thinner, and make it less strong, like maybe 1500. And then I'll turn glossy back on. And sometimes I'll turn diffuse off so it's not extra lighting the scene. And then we get all these accents. So you get all these accents on the body. So if I get rid of that, that's the scene lit. And then if I put it back in, you get all these accents. So the scene stays as lit as I want, but then I get all these little reflections that make it seem, so if I get rid of that and I put glossy back on this, you have a giant square on their face, which is distracting. If you get rid of that and you just add a reflection light to the side. Oftentimes too, I'll like pair it with this. So I'll say make it that. I'll make this key light for Ethan, and then this is key light Ethan reflections. I don't often do that. I'm usually pretty messy, but I'm doing it for this to make it seem like I'm very organized. I usually just kind of run through and have a bunch of randomly named lights. And then with him lit here, now I can, I'll do some more, but now I can get the color of his shirt. I have this group for the torso. I'll just make it this red color, brighten it up a bit. It's a little too orange. I want it to be dark red. There we go. And obviously I'll do textures on him and everything, but I like to just get all the colors and lighting done first. And then we want to get a light on the other side of him. And then I don't want this to be reflecting on the background here, so I will shading, light linking, and just do it to Ethan. And I'll make his the spread smaller, make the impact, and I'll turn glossy back on because I think it should be, we might have to turn that back off. Let's see if we can lower this. Yeah, I might have to turn glossy back off. I really like those reflections. Well, then let's do... Here, first let's get his hair brown. Maybe some negative lights. I don't mess around with negative lights too much. I like to just block off. I like to try to make it as close to like how I would do it in real life, even though that's crazy to say considering there's no light linking in real life. Yeah, I've messed around with negative lights before, but I never liked the way that they look with Lego. So I just do I just kind of mess around with the lighting to get to I try to go from dark to adding light instead of removing light. Because then it really starts to get messy. Because I add a lot of lights just for all these little accents and whatnot. And then adding more lights for negative lights kind of add too much for me. So here, what if I turn off glossy and then I do the same thing? Glossy diffuse. There we go. That's nice. That's nice. I'll leave that down there. Same. It does sometimes look off. Yeah. Every time I've done it, I've always been like, and then I think after a couple of times where it was just not making me happy, I was like, I'm just gonna stop trying with this negative light. All right, so that is Ethan's side, and then I'm gonna change. These guys should be. Yeah, I thought I already rotated these, but here, let me go to box pile 1. Oops. these should all be not showing the logos.
Okay. We're pretty much an attacker.
And then Buffy should have blonde hair. This blonde hair is always the more difficult because she's like golden. She's a dirty blonde, and you can only do one color. So it always makes for a difficult match. All right. Select these. Let's see, if I light, do you use like bounces off reflections or anything similar to help with softer fill? Yeah, sometimes I'll do that. I'll bounce lights. I'll bounce lights off of something, or I'll use emissions right off frame. I do a bunch of techniques if lights are getting too harsh. Or if there's like a really white room, like if all the pieces are white, I can bounce the light off of the white pieces, and it usually works pretty well. Let's see. If I add a light up top here. Now see, there's a light reflecting on his forehead right now, and I gotta see which light is doing that. It might be this one. Yeah. So for that, I'm going to say, let's light link this to Ethan, just because I feel like that's gonna be a problem. And then let's get their shirt colors and everything set, because that's going to be a big factor in like how the light bounces off them. I've done that before where I've lit a scene and it looks really good, and then I do the textures and everything just gets either blown out or really crushed, and it's no good. All right, and then Giles is going to be a white t-shirt.
I'd just like to point out. This wasn't my idea.
All right, let's get. Oh, I know. So I'll put a new light here. I'm gonna make this just environment light. And I'm gonna put in front of it a mesh. That will take this down to 0, I can see. There we go. There we go. Because I got these lights here, I got these lines here because there's some kind of like shining through something that's causing these. So obviously this is too harsh, but I needed to get it down just to see what it would look like. And so now I'm gonna get this here, and then I'll bring this down to just like 1500. That's good. And then what I can do is put these about area light. And then I can duplicate this. Oh, and that's another thing is I want to turn this, make it not visible to the camera. So if it ever dips in, and then I want to select all these boxes here and rotate them because I'm going to put the logo on them. And then let's see, we want to give Giles needs to have blue pants. Sampling the colors never really works that great because it's like, see, it's got like green and it needs to be blue. So my one gripe is I know it's like technically sampling, you know, a pixel, but an accurate pixel, but it makes it really hard to pick a color from a scene. It also makes it really hard when people are like, oh, the hair color is off, or the skin color is off, or the blah, blah, blah. It's like, I have to eyeball all this. So, it gets tough. And then, let's see. There. That should be your first thing. Okay. And now I want to get this. I'm going to duplicate this gobo and make it light linked to Giles. Get some light on him. Let's see. Oh, and then I want to put, oh, glossy is on. Okay. this to just be Buffy's light. And then let's bring this all the way up. And then we'll take that down a ton. That's way too much. You know what? I should bring this over here. Because she's going to cross that anyway.
Contract. It's tricky one. I'm just having him collect a tribute.
Alright. Now what is this? No. Which light? Is it this light? That's good. Something is.
So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much in a top and plate situation here.
It's him. I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Really?
I'm subcontracting. It's a tricky one. I'm just having him collect a tribute for a demon. He's lying.
My color management is I export at EXR. So my display is at sRGB, but when I render it. This is what my render settings look like: OpenEXR, RGB, float, DWAA lossy, and then I override the color management to AGX log, and then I do all the color correction in DaVinci Resolve.
I don't think he has been shot.
You might, Slayer. Go knock his teeth out.
All right. Now what is reflecting on Giles like that? Oh, it's this. So I want that, and then I want to add another light. Let's see. This is where it's getting hectic, because this is a crazy scene with lighting. But let's do now. This one definitely has to be blocked off to Giles because it's gonna blow out all of their faces if I do it for them. All right, that's too high. Still too. Oops. Still too high. So that's another thing is you can see these, you can see here, there's a little bit of light coming through, and it's supposed to be a closed warehouse, and I don't have any lights there, the problem is it's the HDRI. If I got rid of the environment, you would see there's a whole HDRI behind them. So what I do is I tell the camera to not look at the HDRI, and then it's gone. This backlight is making too sharp.
What do you mean? So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much in a top of lead situation here.
Alright, and then I want the, let's see, if I disable the color or the texture on these, and I just do the color to match, this also helps if I get the color of the environment right, because then it really reflects the light more naturally. So those boxes were super dark and they shouldn't have been. This is the color they should be, so that helps brighten up the scene a bit more. And then, God, I really don't like this backlight on Giles, but I also don't like him not having a backlight.
I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Me.
I'm subcontracting. It's tricky.
You know what? What if I did?
I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Me.
There
I'm
we go.
subcontracting. It's tricky one.
There we go.
It's tricky one. I'm just having him collect.
I don't,
He's not really.
I don't think he is. Then shut up.
You must, like. No, look his teeth down his.
Giles! What demon?
I don't remember.
So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much in a top of lead situation here.
It's it.
We're pretty much in a top of lead situation here.
It's it.
I'd just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Me.
I'm subcontracting. It's tricky one. I'm just having him collect a tribute for a demon.
He's not really.
I don't think he is. Then shut up.
You must. much, Claire. Go knock his teeth down his...
Giles. What do you
I don't remember.
So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much the top of the league.
Yeah, I just kind of
I just
like position everything however I think looks best. Sometimes I'll try to match it absolutely perfectly to the way it is in the original shot, but most of the time I just kind of like get the general idea because the difference between the camera and a human being is a lot different than the camera and a Lego. So I was often trying to make it the exact same thing and then getting frustrated when it wouldn't match up exactly. So now I just like, they're not perfectly aligned, but it still gets the same message across, essentially. Let's see, where did her... Oh, here.
What do you
I don't remember.
What do you
I don't remember.
So, Ethan, what are we playing? We're pretty much the top of the league situation.
It's him. I just like to point out that this wasn't my idea.
Alrighty, and now I will do some facial animations. I have to go into the mouths of everybody and delete and undo the tongue in order for the tongue to show up in the pose mode. And this is going to be interesting because I usually have a much wider screen to animate on, but since I'm streaming, it's condensed. Let's see how this goes. Texture. Thank you. I'm curious how plastic hand punching a plastic piece sounds. Well, for these, I usually just keep the sound effect, but maybe I'll swap it out and do like a little pop. But usually the normal punching sound effects have worked so far, at least in my opinion. All right. So now we're gonna do texture, depth of field. All right.
So, Ethan, what are we playing?
Let's see. Sorry, gotta position this correctly so I can get all the looks in here. All right. Oh, and then I want to get the simplified 1 here. And then this is the real question.
We're pretty much in a tough
If I'll get good frame rate, and I am. I'm getting 24.
Just like a point out there.
Oh. Oh, I think that's just in the offline mode. You can see that, but not in online. Okay, good. Maybe I'll put that as wireframe too. Viewport, just because I might get in his face when I'm animating. All right, now we do it. Now we do it. Select the poses for the mouth. Give her a little smile. Oh yeah, and I want to turn on scrubbing.
We're pretty much We're pretty much in a taco blade situation. You're
Need to listen to what the character says first, so that I'm thinking about the words. That brain that you gave me, Abby, normal. Is this your first stream? This is my first stream. Abby, normal.
We're pretty much
I'm gonna be a little
We're pretty much in a taco.
Are those your own presets? These are the poses that come with Mechaface, and I broke them up into their own sections depending on what they affect, and then I blend between them to get the poses that I want. Like I don't necessarily like the S or the E or the TH, so I need to go through one day and just like update it to be my own personal one, so I don't have to keep blending so much, but I have not done that yet.
We're pretty much in a taco blade. We're pretty much. We're pretty much in a talk or bleed situation. Your call.
It's in.
Talk or bleed situation. We're pretty much in a talk or bleed situation. We're pretty much in a talk or bleed situation. We're pretty much in a talk or bleed. The talk or bleed.
It's in.
We're pretty much in a talk or bleed situation. Your call.
Oh boy. Blender might be dead, frozen. Ugh. In which case, I might turn the stream off and finish up tomorrow. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, yeah. I think it is dead. Oh well. All right. Well, this was fun. Thank you everybody for coming on, and I'll try to. If you all liked it, it seemed like everybody enjoyed it, so I'll do it again. I don't know if I'll do it tomorrow morning, but I might do it for another scene. I'm gonna do an Abbott scene next week, so maybe I'll do it next week. But thank you everybody, and I'm gonna close the stream out and then force quit Blender, and then take this back up later. I'll come out.
Are you in the stream?
Yes.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
So is it fixed? There we go. It's doing this weird thing. It always does this where like it gets frozen. There we go. Jeez Louise. Hey, there we go. All right. I do have autosave enabled and it never works. If you're still here. And I'm not sure why it never works. But every time I've ever gone to check and see if autosave saved me, it did not, and it's a very sad day every time. All right, try to get these eyebrows to be as accurate as possible. All right. And then so that's why I pretty much save after I do every single thing. The only thing I ever lose is like this whole thing. I might forget to save while animating this one camera shot, but I usually save constantly, so my manual save is usually pretty solid. What's up, buddy? I love you too.
We're pretty much in the top. We're pretty much. We're pretty much in the top. We're pretty much in the top.
Yeah, mine's set to pretty frequently, but it literally is just always nothing there. Pretty frustrating. I'm sure it's the way I have it set up, because I've heard plenty of people say that it was the thing that they rely on the most. So I must just be doing something wrong, but I never looked into it.
Situation. situation. Your call. We're pretty much in a talk or bleed situation. Your call.
It's in.
There we go.
We're pretty much in a talk or bleed situation. Your call.
It's in.
All right, now I'm really gonna go because my son is summoning me, and I've been away from everybody for a bit. So I'll finish this up probably in the morning or maybe later tonight, depending on what time it is. Thank you everybody for joining me, and I will see you next time. Oh, bye there. Bye.